The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of May 2nd, 2024. You're ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. House will attend to a prayer by guest chaplain Reverend Reed Loy, rector of St. Andrew's Episcopal Church in Hopkinton.
Good morning. In my tradition, we speak of prayer, first of all, as a response to God. That is a response to love, as we have known love. So while I will pray in the words and the form familiar to me, I hope that in these words you may find your own spirit of response to love, as you have known love. Let us pray. God, source of wisdom, whose will is life, whose rains fall upon rich and poor alike, who calls every child my child, whose perfect love always exceeds our understanding, yet who draws us ever closer, guide the legislature of this state, here assembled, that in their discourse, in word and silence, our greatest wisdom may be revealed, that the laws they enact may embody, though this word itself be all but absent from our RSAs, that their laws may embody love and sustain the welfare of all people, and that their example may renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. And if these high callings are in any way unlooked for in our time or among our peers, give them strength and good humor to depart expectations in favor of the surprise of goodwill and new life. By the name in which we rise to our best selves and truest efforts. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Hooksett, Representative John Levitt, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair now recognizes Caitlin Barbery, who will sing our national anthem.
Oh, sing, can you see by the dawn's early light, once so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets made glare, were bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bucco, Gibbs, O'Brien, and Stephen Pearson. The day, important business, Representatives William Dolan, Damon Ford, Hobson, Hull, Infantine, Macbeth, O'Hara, Trottier, Verville. The day, illness in the family, Representative Catherine Harvey. The day, death in the family, Representatives Richard and Schamberg.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to induction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Melissa Levitt, Kim Murphy, and Emmanuel Dresschreiber, family of the singer, guests of Representative Levitt. Mariad Durkin, wife of Representative Durkin. Leanne Kluger, guest of Representative Vale. Buzz Scher, guest of Representative Hamblett. Suzanne Credian, guest of Representative Hamer. Jim Gruber, guest of Representative Shapiro. Rachel Gagney and Jessica Margerson, guests of Representative Staub. William Black and Allison Schwartz, guest of Representative Hawken Phillips. Fourth grade students from Moultonborough Central School, guests of Representatives Crawford, McConkey, Costable, and Richard Brown. And fourth grade students from Grinnell Elementary School, guests of Representative Pachuchik. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to a House resolution. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 35. Whereas the National Conference of State Legislatures was founded in 1975 as the result of the merger of three organizations that represented state legislatures who shared the belief that legislative service is one of democracy's worthiest pursuits. And whereas the National Conference of State Legislatures is a bipartisan organization whose mission is to advance the effectiveness, independence, and integrity of institutions, to foster interstate communication and cooperation, and to ensure states a strong, cohesive voice in the federal system. And whereas the National Conference of State Legislature not only serves all members of the legislature across the country, but offers professional development opportunities for all legislative staff as well. Whereas New Hampshire has provided two presidents of the National Conference of State Legislatures, members and staff have served on its executive committee and its several standing committees. Staff has served as presidents and board members and chairs of various staff associations under the umbrella of NCSL. And whereas NCSL serves as a resource to the New Hampshire House of Representatives, expressing the importance of the first branch of government. Now therefore be it resolved that the New Hampshire House of Representatives in regular session convened recognizes, commends, and celebrates the National Conference of State Legislature as they begin their 50th year, and be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution be presented to NCSL and prepared by the Clerk of the House and duly transmitted to them.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. New Hampshire's historic ties with Japan go back at least as far as 1905, when under President Theodore Roosevelt, the treaty ending the Russo-Japanese War was signed in Portsmouth in September of that year. We are proud of our historical connection to Japan and will continue to work with them to strengthen our relationship. Our guest, Ambassador Suzuki Kotaro, has nearly 35 years of expensive experience in foreign ministry and political affairs. His work in diplomacy showcases his ability to build relationships and successfully represent thriving Japanese communities here in New England. Please give a warm welcome to Consulate General in Boston, Ambassador Suzuki Kotaro, and former Ambassador to Iraq and Deputy Consul General.
Speaker Packard, Deputy Speaker Smith, Majority Leader Osborne, Minority Leader Wilhelm. representatives of the House, and distinguished guests, Ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning. I am the Consul General of Japan in Boston, Kotaro Suzuki. Since 1980, the Consul General of Japan in Boston has served the 6 states of New England. As a representative of the Japanese government and people, I am honored to be given the opportunity to speak here today in this historic chamber to the representatives of the people of New Hampshire. First of all, I would like to express my deep respect to the State House and the people of the state government who work so hard for the people of the state of New Hampshire, the home of the United States, its independence, its constitution, and its democracy, embodied by its citizens who elect their representatives to decide their rules and way of life. Before I speak to you the current state of Japan-US relations as a Japanese diplomat, I would like to talk about the origins of this important bilateral relationship. The relationship of these two peoples, of these two countries on opposite sides of the wide Pacific, began in the first half of the 19th century with a chance meeting of one American ship captain and a young Japanese boy. That boy, John Manjiro, is considered to be one of the first Japanese in history to step foot in the United States. In the year 1841, the 14-year-old Manjiro, the son of a late fisherman, was trying to support his mother and siblings with a group of fishermen. But one day, strong winds forced their boat out to sea. After 5 days of drifting, he and his shipmates washed up on the deserted island. They managed to survive there for nearly half a year before they were discovered and rescued by a passing American whaling ship commanded by Captain William Whitfield. After bringing his shipmates safely to Hawaii, Captain Whitfield brought John with him to his family residence in Fairhaven, Massachusetts, where he had John educated as his adopted son. After learning subjects like English, arithmetic, and maritime navigation, out of his own determination, Manjiro toured the world as a member of a whaling boat and even worked as a 49er during the California gold rush to save money to return to Japan. Alluding to his own travels, the poet Robert Frost once wrote of his shoes, "On one I can taste Atlantic, on the other Pacific salt." Manjiro could add to that. In fact, he had sailed the 7 seas. However, what gave him those opportunities and his skill in the first place was the humanity and goodwill of one American ship captain that brought him across the Pacific and supported him. Having earned the necessary funds to return to Japan, Manjiro succeeded in doing just that in 1851, and after a long period of questioning by the Tokugawa government, he was allowed to return to his childhood home in 1853. The 26-year-old now was finally able to reunite with his mother and tell people about his time in America. He would later play a vital role in developing Japan-US relations. The same year, John Manjiro returned to the family in Japan in 1853, an event of great magnitude in terms of international relations and modern Japanese history was taking place. One considered to mark the starting point of Japan-US relations, the arrival of the black ships commanded by US Commodore Matthew Perry. For over 200 years, Japan had been closed off from foreign countries. This event began the process of opening Japan's ports to trade with the outside world and to the modernization of Japan. America at the time desired supply ports for coal and other resources on the opposite shores of the Pacific due to burgeoning trade with China and the expansion of the whaling industry in the region. They also wanted to secure Japanese aid for their shipwrecked sailors. Sometime before this, in 1851, Daniel Webster, then serving as Secretary of State, wrote to the Secretary of the Navy regarding the possibility of sending US naval ships to Japan to negotiate a repatriation for rescued Japanese sailors and the opening up of Japan, as well as the establishment of trade relations. The very next day, a letter of amity intended for the Emperor of Japan was drafted by President Fillmore, who approved of the plan, and was countersigned by Secretary Webster. In November 1852, Commodore Matthew Perry, the commander of the East India Squadron, was on his way to Japan with 4 military vessels to deliver the letter. While en route, in March 1853, Franklin Pierce became the new President of the United States. In July, Perry's fleet finally arrived in Japan after visiting several other countries. The Edo government could not agree to open their ports immediately and requested 1 year to consider. President Pierce had instructed Perry that he achieved their objectives strictly through diplomatic means, so he agreed. In September of the same year, Franklin Pierce became the first U.S. president to meet with another Japanese citizen when he met with Joseph Hikojiro, who had also been rescued by an American merchant ship. Perry returned to Japan the following year, 1854, and negotiated with the Japanese delegation, resulting in the Japan-U.S. Treaty of Peace and Amity, which designated 2 ports to be open for trade. 170 years ago, this document established formal relations between the U.S. and Japan, and the first international treaty Japan signed with a foreign country in modern times, ending Japan's period of self-imposed isolation. John Manjiro acted as an advisor during this negotiation. In 1855, following the stipulation of the treaty, President Pierce appointed Townsend Harris as the first American consul in Japan and invested him with full diplomatic power to pursue formal trade between the two nations. The result of his efforts was the 1858 signing of the Treaty of Amity and Commerce between the U.S. and Japan, the second treaty of the two countries, mainly outlining trade. With this treaty, Harris also became the first diplomatic envoy from the United States to reside in Japan. Honorable representatives, I wanted to share with you this historic truth that 170 years ago, at the beginning of Japan-U.S. relations, leaders born in New Hampshire made these important decisions. There is another treaty of great significance in Japanese and world history. The Portsmouth Treaty was a peace treaty ending the Russo-Japanese War, signed in Portsmouth in the year of 1905. The war commanded the great attention of the international society at the time. As the small northeastern island nation of Japan, not long after beginning down its path of modernization, effectively defeated Russia, one of the world's great powers. Japan, hoping to avoid a prolonged war, aimed for peace from an early point in the conflict and asked for the United States assistance in mediating. After the war turned in Japan's favor after victory in the Battle of the Japan Sea, President Theodore Roosevelt strongly recommended a peace treaty to Russia. Russia, struggling to suppress its domestic revolutionary movements, accepted. In August 1905, Japanese and Russian delegations arrived in Portsmouth and the peace negotiations were held. Although talks were difficult, the Portsmouth Peace Treaty was signed between Jutaro Komura, representing Japan, and Sergei Witte, representing Russia, at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. Civilian diplomacy by the people of Portsmouth set the stage for the success of the negotiations under the New Hampshire government led by Governor John McLean. When the peace talks encountered difficulties, the citizens of Portsmouth held theatrical performances, baseball games, and celebrations to encourage the diplomats to continue with the negotiations. The hotel that hosted both delegations, Wentworth by the Sea, has been preserved through the efforts of many people, beginning with the Japan-America Society of New Hampshire and the citizens of Portsmouth and its sister city, Jutaro Komura's hometown of Nichinan. In 2005, the city of Portsmouth held a magnificent ceremony to mark the centenary of the Portsmouth Treaty, and in 2010, to commemorate the great role civilian diplomacy played in the historic treaty, the New Hampshire State Legislature unanimously voted to designate September the 5th as Portsmouth Peace Treaty Day, on which the governor releases a proclamation every year. In addition, every year on that day, Portsmouth and Nichinan both hold a bell-ringing ceremony to wish for peace. For all your efforts over the years, I express my gratitude to the New Hampshire State Legislature and its citizens. Also worth mentioning when speaking of the long-standing friendship between the United States and Japan are the cherry trees along the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. Cherry blossoms have been a special flower to Japanese for over 10 centuries, and I think that many Americans recognize them as a symbol of Japan as well. After visiting Japan in 1885, American journalist Eliza Seymour proposed the idea of planting cherry trees along the Potomac River to the U.S. government. At first, no one lent an ear to her proposal, but 20 years later, First Lady Helen Taft agreed to make a row of cherry trees in Washington, D.C. With support from Japanese scientists and diplomats in the U.S., in 1912, 3,000 cherry trees were sent to the United States as a gift from the mayor of Tokyo, Yukio Ozaki, and planted along the Potomac. Now, Yukio Ozaki is still revered today as the god of Japan's constitutional government for his distinguished career of 63 consecutive years as a member of parliament. He was elected 25 times from the beginning of Japan's modern era to the post-World War II period. And one of the reasons why he decided to send the cherry trees was to thank the people of the U.S. in supporting the Portsmouth Peace Treaty negotiation process. In 2012, cherry trees were planted in Portsmouth as a living monument to the treaty, and I'm aware that since then, cherry trees have been planted elsewhere around New Hampshire. It is my hope that these trees will be loved for many years to come as a symbol of the friendship, goodwill, and citizen diplomacy shared between Japan and the United States, and Japan and New Hampshire. Today, Japan and the U.S. share a deep bond that is stronger than ever before. Last month, Prime Minister Kishida made an official visit to the United States as a state guest of honor. On this visit, 3 broad points were highlighted. First, the strength of the friendship and trust between the two leaders and the people of both countries. The Japan-US relationship is supported by a broad cross-section of society. Second, through these bonds, Japan and the US have become global partners beyond bilateral or regional spheres to uphold and bolster the free and open international order based on the rule of law. Third, Japan and the US should continue their cooperation, especially in cutting-edge areas, to drive sustainable and inclusive economic growth together. With the increasingly serious issues the world is facing, the Japan-US alliance is more important than ever. We hope that the Pacific Ocean continues to be a sea of peace, open to free exchange and trade throughout the 21st century. And that the relations of the Pacific, including Japan, the nations of the Pacific, including Japan, will continue to enjoy that freedom and peace. During his visits, Prime Minister Kishida strongly affirmed Japan's commitment to stand with the United States in fulfilling its responsibility to uphold regional and international peace and stability. As global partners, Japan will work together to the realization of a free and open Indo-Pacific, which is to the benefit of not just Japan and the United States, but the entire world. In economy and business, the Japan-US relationship is more robust than ever, with the two economies deeply integrated through trade and investment. Since 2019, Japan has been the world's largest investor in the United States, with Japanese companies creating almost 1 million jobs in the US. The recent joint statement highlights the further revitalization of mutual private sector investment and public-private partnerships between the two countries, as well as the strengthening of cooperation in emerging technologies such as AI, quantum technology, semiconductors, climate change, and clean energy. Through this enhanced collaboration and investment, we can expect the economic ties between Japan and the US to grow even stronger going forward. New Hampshire, with its vast and rich natural environment, has seen notable industrial growth, and on top of tourism, now thrives in its manufacturing sector, focusing on semiconductors and aircraft parts, as well as in its science and technology-related industries. New Hampshire also has developed deep economic ties with Japan. There are 88 Japanese companies operating in the States, employing 4,700 people. Moreover, with $314 million in exports to Japan last year, the economic relationship with Japan and New Hampshire is strong and is expected to progress even further. Honorable representatives, looking back at the origins of the relationship between our two nations separated by a vast ocean, it began with the courageous and virtuous meeting of two peoples who crossed that ocean. The people of New Hampshire have contributed greatly to the relationship, both as leaders in government and as citizens. The history is history. Each of our nations have to cope with the reality of our own era, and both of us face numerous challenges in this century. Yet the Japan-US relationship will continue to deepen as global partners, since so many of our challenges are common, since we are stronger by teaming up, but above all, since this relationship rests on the unshakable bonds between people. In the joint statement, the two leaders committed to these bonds. The Consulate General of Japan is also committed to promoting this relationship and exploring further possibilities of mutual cooperation in New England and in the states you all represent. I greatly appreciate your continued support towards these efforts. I thank you very much for inviting me here today. I appreciate your attention.
The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 398, relative to notice of PFAS contamination prior to the sale of real property. Representative Renzullo moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Representative Renzullo moves we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion. The House will be in order.
Yeah. Just to be, obviously, as just starting today, is the motion to concur?
The motion is to concur.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to move on House Bill 398, that the House concur with the recommendation, with our recommendation on that bill. Guys, the bill, House 398, requires a certain notice of PFAS and other groundwater contaminations prior to the sale of property. All the Senate did was they actually removed one word. The sentence was testing of the water by an accredited laboratory can measure PFAS levels and inform a home buyer's decision regarding the need to install water treatment systems. The Senate removed the word home, and that's it. At a publicly noticed executive session, the RR&D committee recommended to concur unanimously.
The motion before us is to concur on Senate Bill 398. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1060, relative to establishing a Geologic Resources Committee.
Representative moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Okay. All right, House Bill 1060, the bill establishes a Geologic Resource Advisory Committee in the Department of Environmental Services to serve the role of the State Mapping Advisory Committee as required by the National Cooperative Geologic Mapping Program. The changes are there is in the list of who is on the commission. There is item I, which says a member of the public. The Senate changed it to a member of the public appointed by the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services. The other change is the Senate added a language about who calls this first meeting. In other words, the sentence added is the meeting shall be called by the state geologist and the director of the New Hampshire Geological Survey at the Department of Environmental Services. At a publicly noticed executive session of the RR&D committee, the committee recommended to concur unanimously. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1060. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Children and Family Law, Senate Bill 574, removed by Representatives Christine Perez, Kutab, Tom Mannion, Ankerberg, Post, Popovici-Mueller, Weary, Spillane, Ball, and Cushman. From the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, Senate Bill 426, removed by Representatives Alessandra Murray, Tom Mannion, Granger, Phillips, Yokella, Ellen Reed, Noble, Tony Lekis, Coulon, and Costable. From the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, Senate Bill 508, removed by Representatives Ankerberg, Granger, Ellen Reed, Tom Mannion, Bickford, Santanastaso, Popovici-Mueller, Coulon, Wheeler, and Bailey. From the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, Senate Bill 481, removed by Representatives Alessandra Murray, Nutting Wong, Gallagher, Damon, Selig, McWilliams, Howard, Wendy Thomas, Morse, and Horrigan.
Are there any other bills removed? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House will now attend to the regular calendar.
Mr. Speaker, I was looking for Representative
The Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred Senate Bill 592 FN, an act renaming Route 127 from Central Street to Franklin to the town line of Sanbornton as Officer Bradley Haas Memorial Highway. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark McConkey for the committee. The amendment is 1452H, printed in House Record 18, page 47. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. It's my honor today to deliver the following remarks for my committee, Public Works and Highways. Bradley Haas was working as a security officer at the New Hampshire Hospital in Concord when a gunman opened fire in the front lobby. Despite efforts to save him, Haas died of his injuries. Haas was working for the Department of Safety at the time of the shooting. Before that, he spent 28 years with the Franklin, New Hampshire Police Department, starting as a patrol officer and eventually being named chief. He retired from the department in 2008, and he was also a U.S. veteran. I would like to share a quote from New Hampshire Attorney John Fenemo, who said, "Chief Haas is already a hero when he walked into work yesterday, given his service to our country, to our state, and to his community. He will now be remembered as a man who died protecting patients, staff, and visitors to the New Hampshire Hospital." Brad grew up in Franklin and attended Franklin High School. He went to serve his country as a military police officer in the U.S. Army before becoming a police officer in his hometown of Franklin. Brad served his community for 26 years, and as a respected officer and leader, he became the chief of police for the city of Franklin. After retirement, Brad worked for the U.S. Postal Service and then as a security officer for the state of New Hampshire at the New Hampshire Hospital. While I was never fortunate enough to meet Brad, people that I have talked to have said he was a kind, loving person who was committed to his family, friends, his community, his state, and his nation. That is all illustrated in his career and service. Importantly, Brad enjoyed time with his son, and they had much in common, as fathers and sons do. Brad was always there to help people. That is who he was. We can never understand this senseless act. Nothing we can say or do will bring Chief Haas back to his family. But here today, we can ensure that all that drive through Franklin on Route 127 will be reminded of Brad's commitment to his town and family each time they travel this section of road, to be now named the Bradley Haas Memorial Highway. May God bless Chief Bradley Haas, his family, friends, and ask that he protect all those that serve in law enforcement, firefighters, and first responders here in our state. Finally, we extend our deepest sympathies to your family. Please join me and unanimously vote this legislation ought to pass when the Speaker calls for that vote.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 592. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it on a unanimous vote. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got to have it. For the record, I need
For the record, you have to make the official motion. Yeah. I jumped the gun. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the remarks from the debate on Senate Bill 592 be printed in the permanent journal.
Now without objection. Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 459 FN, an act establishing a committee to study the Child Protection Act. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark Pearson for the committee. The amendment is 1688H, printed in House Record 18, page 44 through 45. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a drafting error in that committee amendment, and thank you to the first term representative from what to me is the opposite party for catching this error. So I'm asking please vote no on the committee amendment, even though it was unanimous in committee. But then please vote yes to the floor amendment, which fixes the drafting error. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Amendment 1688H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The nays have it, and the amendment is defeated. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Pearson offers floor amendment 1759H. And it's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
This fixes the drafting error. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Pearson floor amendment 1759H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. Representative Granger has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 459. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Well, make sure your stations are open. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Osborne, your station's off.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 270 voting yea, 94 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Okay, this is without recommendation. Lane moves on to pass and then offers the floor amendment. Barry will speak against the floor amendment. She'll speak for it.
Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 537 FN, allowing the processing of absentee ballots. It comes without recommendation. Senator Lane moves ought to pass and offers floor amendment 1852H. It's in your seat pockets. The chair recognizes Representative Barry.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The clerk and I were having a conversation. I rise today to speak against the floor amendment. What the floor amendment does is it changes this horrible bill and tries to make it a little better. But, Mr. Speaker, going from mandatory to optional is just a gateway back to mandatory. So it's a bad bill. There's no point trying to make it better. I urge the body to oppose the floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Brennan. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses the two major issues that were raised by the clerks in the public hearing on the bill. As it stands now, the bill requires at least 2 days of partial processing for absentee ballots and does not provide them any guidance on how to cure those absentee ballots that have correctable defects. The amendment makes the pre-processing optional, so it's an enabling act, for a period of up to 2 days and requires the clerks to follow the guidance that the Secretary of State will issue in the election manual. This amendment has been approved by Matt Norman, the Manchester clerk who opposed the version passed by the Senate, and by Dan Healy, the Nashua clerk and the president of the Clerks Association. The amendment provides the clerks with a tool in the event they receive a large number of absentee ballots. Right now, they would have to rely on another emergency executive order issued by the governor, as was done in 2020. They prefer to know that this optional processing is a tool that's in their toolbox if they decide it's needed in their town. The amendment requires the clerks to follow the instructions of the Secretary of State with regard to curing correctable defects on the outer envelope. Contrary to what you may hear, curing an absentee ballot does not create two classes of voters. In-person voters have 3 opportunities to cure their ballots. This amendment returns the bill to what was originally requested by the clerks when they approached the Senate for legislation. I ask that you support our hardworking clerks, moderators, and poll workers by providing them the management tools that they have requested. Please vote for the amendment, and I ask, Mr. Speaker, for a division vote.
Senator Lane has requested a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Representative McCarter requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1852. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Barry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I was one of the co-sponsors of cannabis legalization this year, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that while I have questions about marijuana being a gateway drug, I know optional is a gateway drug to mandatory, would I now vote red to oppose this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Brennan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment adequately addresses concerns raised during the public hearing, and if I know this amendment was requested and is supported by our trusted local election officials who actually do the work of running our safe, secure, efficient elections, would I now press the green button to support the amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass on Floor Amendment 1852H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The amendment fails. The motion. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 537.
I would like to make a motion to table, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling is a higher priority, so the motion before us is to table Senate Bill 537. Representative Barry requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the tabling motion.
She'll go first and then Gary. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 537. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that this bill is not supported by the Clerks Association and other clerks as it has come to us from across the wall, then would I press the green button to table this motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Barry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is opposed by the Clerks Association, would I oppose the tabling motion so that we could go back to the underlying motion and put this bill in the garbage where it belongs?
That was inappropriate. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 537. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Wolf.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The motion fails.
Pending question is indefinitely postponed.
The pending question now is indefinitely postponement. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Representative Kotaro requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 537. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Senate Bill 537 is indefinitely postponed. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to remove Senate Bill 63 from the table.
Oh, okay. Representative Tulerski has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to remove Senate Bill 63 from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 185 voting aye, 180 voting nay. Senate Bill 63 is removed from the table. The pending motion is inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. I would assume all members are still in their seats. All right. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 63. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting nay, 197 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voted previously on the prevailing side of this bill, I ask for reconsideration. On the motion.
On the motion of ought to pass?
Of motion ought to pass, please.
Okay. So the motion before us now is reconsideration on Senate Bill 63. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Oh. The clerk heard a division. I'm sorry, I did not. This will be a division vote. Seeing that everybody should still be in their seats, the motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 63. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The motion passes. Now we're back to ought to pass on Senate Bill 63. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? I guess it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 63. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds. Representative Reynolds.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will obtain the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The motion passes.
Teresa, I need the docket for 563. I need the docket for 563. I have no floor amendment, by the way. There's no floor amendment.
For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to take Senate Bill 563 off the table and ask for a roll call vote. Yeah. I know.
For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having been informed that a certain deadline may have passed, I withdraw my motion on removing from the table.
The motion has been withdrawn.
All right, so Health and Human Services, 349 is without recommendation. Tejas moves on to pass. Cushman is offering the floor amendment. Cushman.
Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 349. The House will be in order. Relative to a voluntary home visiting program report by the Wellness and Primary Prevention Council. This comes to us without recommendation. Senator Talese moves ought to pass. Senator Cushman offers floor amendment 1858. It's in your seat pockets. The chair recognizes Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. The underlying bill here is to issue a report from a study conducted by the Wellness and Primary Prevention Council. They're named in the original bill to do this study, but they have some voting member organizations that currently do and or may contract with the state to provide home visiting services. Therefore, it's more appropriate for this body to form a legislative study committee to just ensure that degree of separation and impartiality, and to approach the issue from a stance of looking at what resources are available now for home visits, and then asking the question of, is a robust, centralized system for voluntary home visits needed, rather than starting from a presumption that one is. So I would, if you would please support the floor amendment, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Home visiting, voluntary home visiting, before and after the birth of a child is something that's been done for decades and decades and decades, and we have lots and lots and lots of data on how helpful it is for families, to strengthen families, to promote the health of the new infant, to reassure new moms, and to give support to a new family, especially in those times and places where they may not have family members or other supports in the community. The amendment requires that we start from scratch and study the programs that exist, whether who's delivering them, how they're delivered, whether they're causing harm to families or not. And it requires us to start again with a study committee of legislators who may or may not have expertise in the subject matter. How much better would it be to simply start this report with a committee that's already established, already appointed, already experts, and have them take the data and make a report. Remember, it's just a report so that this body can then have legislators consider the report and act on it. The members of the Wellness and Primary Prevention Council are a member of the House, the Senate, member from DHHS, the Department of Education, the District Court, the Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, Family Sport New Hampshire, New Hampshire Children's Trust, and New Futures. Please defeat the amendment, allow the experts to do their work, and then let the House get on with theirs if a bill is submitted. And I request a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Langon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right. In the past number of decades, the government has been very involved in promoting more of these home visits. But for millennia, families and the communities around them have been involved in visiting with families when a child is born. A family is formed, the blood family, but larger, the community family is formed. Yes, in recent times, we've moved away from supporting our neighbors, oftentimes because we're so busy and we're doing so many things, and we expect that somebody else step in and do our job for us. Meanwhile, we have grandmothers home, isolated from their children, from their grandchildren who are across the country, while another young family is bringing a child into the world, and their parent is also far away. Rather than looking at just our birth families, we have our opportunity to grow our community families and bring this engagement. One of the determinants of health is community involvement. We have 3 major life events that happen to us that bring community together: birth, marriage, and death. Birth is a source of creation, not just in the family. And we should ensure that as we look to where home visiting is needed through the government lens, we're also looking at what's happening. The committee would look at doulas. We would look at other things where people are coming in as part of the community. And we would acknowledge that there is more than just the government who helps a family. So rather than going with an assumption that we're going to continue down this path of the government stepping in and helping you with the family, let's look back to the millennia about how we form as humans, and importantly, how we form as a community to support each other, and make sure that we're not shutting the door on that empty nester down the street, but inviting her over to do some dishes, have some coffee, and hold that baby. Please support the committee amendment.
Representative Weber has requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is floor of Amendment 1858. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment was developed only yesterday and did not have any kind of public hearing or public input, and if I know that it looks to me to be somewhat different from what I just heard described, would I vote no on the amendment so we could vote on the underlying bill unamended? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Cushman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that if this body is to endorse a study to be done on voluntary home visiting services, that it should be one that is impartial and comes from a position that ensures it won't be biased and will be done by the elected representatives of the people, would I now press the green button and adopt this amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is floor Amendment 1858. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 184 voting nay, 181 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The question now is ought to pass as amended. Division. Representative Weber has requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 349. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 338 voting aye, 28 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 185 FN, an act establishing a committee to study the various barriers to discharge for patients to be safely discharged from acute care facilities. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Joe Alexander for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Senator Judy Lanza for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Di Lorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 185 establishes a committee to study the various barriers to discharge for patients to be safely discharged from acute care facilities. The genesis of this bill is that initially the bill was entitled Relative to Protective Services for Vulnerable Adults and the Definition of Abandonment, and it appears there were proposals for the bill to include draconian penalties for caregivers or family members who, quote, abandon their wards or family members, which was just not practical nor legal. During the debate on SB 185 and the other body's committee hearings, the committee learned that there has been a sharp increase in the number of discharged patients who have no place to go after discharge. At the same time, there are a number of adult patients waiting for medical beds who cannot get beds. For these reasons, the other body's Judiciary Committee voted to retain SB 185 so that a study committee could be formed. Solving the issue of patients ready for discharge with no place to go is a top priority for New Hampshire hospitals. On any given day across the state of New Hampshire, at least 100 patients that do not need hospital care are stuck in a hospital and occupy a bed for weeks and sometimes months due to several reasons that need to be resolved. Barriers include lack of guidance for patients who do not have decision-making capacity, delays related to long-term Medicaid enrollment, need for specialized care such as one-on-one care, substance use disorder treatment, and behavioral health assistance. Patients abandoned at hospitals by families and caregivers who no longer have the capacity or resources to continue to care for the person at home. On the hospital side, unnecessary inpatient days cost millions of dollars in unreimbursed acute care insurance costs every year. Our hospitals face, on average, 93% occupancy. Hospital vacancies eat revenue, resulting in higher medical costs for patients and higher insurance premiums for our healthcare consumers. It is critical that our New Hampshire hospital patients get the level of care that they need to become well without lingering in limbo in an unneeded acute level care of hospital or lingering in emergency departments while waiting for an acute level hospital bed. That is why the minority of this committee feels this body should support a study committee on hospital efficiencies and community impacts on health care. Mr. Speaker, please press the red button to defeat the ITL so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SB 185 adds to the exhaustive list of study committees this legislature has already passed. Fortunately, in this case, there's a way to save the legislature time and money, and the taxpayers' money, by voting ITL in the study committee. The New Hampshire Hospital Association states that they need the study committee in order to further study the barriers to patient discharge from the hospitals. The association also states that they are aware of the barriers to discharge patients, including Medicaid enrollment, housing insecurity, securing guardianship, and the availability of specialized services. In this case, a legislative study committee is not needed. We already know what the barriers are for patients. Please vote green. Thank you.
The motion before us is in expedient to legislate on House Senate Bill 185. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is ITO and Senate Bill 185. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Lanza for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know there are barriers to patients who are ready to be discharged from acute care hospitals, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that these barriers include lack of health insurance and a need for suitable placement, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the right thing to do is to establish a study committee that would unlock resources to help these Granite Staters, would you press the red button on the ITL motion so that another motion could be heard? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kotaro for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Hospital Association has already studied what the barriers of discharging patients are, and if I know that those same people who know what the problems are not even included on this committee, and if I know that legislators who want to work together with the Hospital Association on this to try to resolve those barriers are more than welcome to do so without this bill, then would I now press the red button because this bill simply isn't needed? Green button, sorry.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ITL on Senate Bill 185. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Peterson. Representative Toll.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. Before I read that, and everybody starts running out of the room, I'm requesting that all of you stay in your seats. We're going to have a presentation that could depend on your safety and your colleagues' safety from the Director of Safety Services. And that's going to probably take maybe 10, 12 minutes. So once I read the lunch announcements, we're going to go into recess and we're going to have that presentation. And they're going to explain to you, if we have an emergency, how to get out of here and what to do. So this could very well, hopefully, and it never happens and we never need it, but this could depend on your safety and your colleagues' safety. So I'm asking you to listen to the presentation. Now I'll tend to stay to the vote. 188 voting yea, 171 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
All right, so we have three announcements that we have to make.
We have three announcements. Representatives Gregg and Plett. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. We'll be brief. We just wanted to thank the members that were able to join us on Monday for the Granite Bridge Legislative Alliance. That's within the Braver Angels Consortium. And that's really about working together to find outside of policy that we obviously disagree on. Are there things we can agree on? So that way, when we start to talk about policy, maybe that's a little more productive. So we had a wonderful meeting on Monday. We look forward to hosting you at more events. And if you're interested, you can either contact Representative Plett or myself. And we have the next thing we have coming up is a baseball game. And Representative Corman's going to talk about that in a minute.
I'll just say what she said. Alicia Gregg and I have developed a working relationship. We like each other, even though we disagree on some policy. That's fine.
And you might have seen an email from me about the Fisher Cats game on Saturday. Granite Bridge Legislative Alliance has bought several tickets for the game. The game's at 4:05. It's the Fisher Cats, but they will be playing as the Manchester Chicken Tenders, and they're playing the Harrisburg Other Sides of the Wall, because I can't say the actual name. Tickets are $12. They're really good seats, right behind the first base dugout a few rows up. And it's a great chance to show our constituents that our political differences end at the State House door. So if you're interested in coming to the game, please contact me, Tom Corman. Find me, email me. But I need a final head count by 5 o'clock today, because any excess tickets are going to be given to the Manchester Boys and Girls Club. But I hope that you can join us.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House rules, I'm giving notice of the House election law executive session to be held at, we have the thing, so let's say 11:53 in room 306 for bills CACR 22 and Senate Bill 534. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kelly.
I just wanted to invite everybody to the cafeteria for lunch on the Humane Society.
I'm requesting that everybody be back in their seats at 12:55. The House will be in recess, and now we're ready for the presentation. Does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion that those gentlemen who wish to be permitted to remove their jackets.
The motion is for men to remove their jackets if you'd like. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 413 FN, relative to civil actions for PFAS contamination. Comes without recommendation. Senator Marjorie Smith moves ought to pass. And offers Amendment 1678H, printed in House Record 18, page 23. Chair recognizes Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to Amendment 1678. This amendment is unrelated to the underlying bill regarding civil actions for PFAS contamination, which I do support. Instead, this amendment inserts language on this underlying bill to reverse a long-standing protection for New Hampshire renters and allows landlords to evict tenants at the end of their lease without giving any reason, regardless of whether they are up to date on their rent and they've followed all the rules and conditions of their lease. This is not the first time we've seen this. Previously, most of the testimony in favor of making this change has revolved around a court case from several decades ago. Today, I would like to reframe the debate and speak about it in the context of our current 2020 rental market and the potential ramifications for the 150,000 plus renter households in the Granite State. We're all aware that New Hampshire has a critical shortage of housing units, both for purchase and rent. We have worked diligently this session to identify potential solutions for this vexing problem. This shortage has led to escalating sale prices and rents. The average purchase price for a home in New Hampshire is $525,000. The average rent for a two-bedroom apartment is $1,900, the third highest in the country. The vacancy rate is 0.06%. Well below the 5% target for a balanced rental market. For renters, this has most severely affected people who don't earn much money or who are on fixed incomes. If you make 80 to 100% of area median income, then there are 100 apartments in your price range for every 100 renters. At 50% of AMI, that number drops to 66 affordable units per 100 people. And at 30%, which is a little under $30,000 a year, there are only 36 affordable apartments for every 100 households that need them. Of the people in this lowest category, 42% are senior citizens. 26% are disabled. The rest are mostly young people and single-income working-class families. Ideally, people should spend 30% or less of their income for their housing. Households that spend more are considered cost-burdened. In New Hampshire, nearly half of all renters in the state are cost-burdened. Many of the poorest people are spending more than 50% of their income on housing. Renting today in this very tight market is not like it was 20 years ago. Today, you need to provide proof that you make 3 times the amount of rent per month. A cost-burdened renter's apartment may have been affordable when they moved in, but now, after years of escalating rents, they are no longer qualified to live in their homes. I spoke to one woman in my district who saw her rent go up $650 a month. These people live in constant fear of losing their homes, because if they do, it will be nearly impossible to find another place. They are the ones who have turned to food banks. They are the ones who have taken on second and third jobs in order to pay the rent. That's enough data. When I was on the school board, my superintendent used to say, data is great for giving you the 40,000-foot view, but what you really need to make a decision is to look at the ground truth. So I'm going to give you some ground truth about what really happens to people who are in this situation. Let me tell you about Rachel, who was here today with us in the gallery. She testified before the other body on this issue. Rachel, for years, lived with her family, her husband and her granddaughter, in an apartment in Manchester. They were good tenants, they paid their rent, and they made an effort to keep their place nice. Unfortunately, Rachel has a lot of serious health problems and is on disability, as is her husband. But they made it work somehow. One day, their landlord told them that they needed to move because he wanted to renovate their apartment. They were being evicted, though they had done nothing wrong. They had 30 days to find another place. Rachel got to work searching for an apartment for them. She'd see an apartment for $1,500 a month. It was steep, but she could make it work. She'd call the landlord or management company, and they'd ask her, "Can you provide proof that you make 3 times the rent? $4,500 a month." "Sorry, I can't." "Then we can't rent you this apartment." Eventually, they were evicted and became homeless. The stress caused Rachel's husband to have a severe health setback. They had to go to court. They moved into a hotel. And in spite of her best efforts, it took 2 years for Rachel to finally find an apartment. If we pass this amendment, Rachel and her family could find themselves in the exact same situation when their lease ends. And now, in addition to her financial constraints, she has an eviction on her record. And after 3 years, it's not going to say why she was evicted. So people will naturally assume it was for non-payment of rent. Rachel's case is not unusual. Every month, 400 people in New Hampshire are getting evicted, mostly because they have lost the battle against rising rents. We need that number to go down, not up. I ask only that we don't choose to undermine the work that we have been so focused on these last 2 years, and urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, and I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith. Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill from the other body creates an express private right of action for PFAS contamination, and also grants expanded remedies. It's basically a good bill. I think there could argue about, is it absolutely necessary? I think there could be an argument, but I think basically it's a good bill. The amendment adds to the bill the substance of HB 1115, which this House passed earlier this session, after a debate in which we basically considered the same issues that were just addressed by the previous speaker. That's the HB 1115 is the bill that allows landlords to terminate a lease at the end of the lease term. It has nothing to do with changing the law about a renovation of property being a grounds for eviction. It is a grounds for eviction. It'll be a grounds for eviction whether we pass this bill or not. This bill has really nothing to do with that. Much of the argument you heard really had talked about the significant problems we have in the housing market right now, and there's no dispute about that. That's absolutely true. But what you didn't really hear is how that relates to this bill and why it makes sense to have the law be that a contract saying you have a contract for a specific term is enforceable by the tenant, but is not enforceable by the landlord, so that the tenant basically can stay there as long as the tenant wants. It doesn't make any sense, frankly. It's an embarrassment to basic principles of contract law. I would note here that we passed HB 1115 earlier this year on a division vote of 194 to 180. So it's very clear that the bill had bipartisan support. The other body didn't agree with the House's position and sent HB 1115 to interim study. Sending this bill back to the other body with the amendment, including 1115 attached, will make it clear to the other body how important we think it is for basic common sense and basic contract principles to be restored to landlord-tenant law. When faced with the choice of losing the PFAS bill, which the other body wants very badly, or accepting the principle that a lease contract should mean what it says, I think we can be confident that the other body will see the light and accept our amendment, or at least ask for a committee of conference. For these reasons, I urge you to support the amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Staub has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 1678. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Horrigan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much. If I know that the underlying bill is a good one, which I'm sure few, if any of us, would be opposed to, but if I know the amendment puts an unrelated bill which is not very popular on the other side of the wall, would I vote no on this amendment so then we can move on and consider the underlying bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the other body really wants this bill, and if I know that this amendment merely adds to the bill the common sense lease the light regarding the lease termination issue, then would I support this amendment by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Amendment 1678. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Finney.
While members present have the opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 184 to 183, and the Speaker did vote. Question is now on the motion of order pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Everybody still should be in their seats. So the motion before us is order pass as amended on Senate Bill 413. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Nuns. Representative Reynolds. Representative Hill.
While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 188 voting yea, 178 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voting on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration of SB 413 and urge the body to vote now.
The motion is to reconsider Senate Bill 413. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to reconsider Senate Bill 413. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Simpson. You too.
While members present had the opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 177 voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion fails. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 422, changing several references and modifying language in parental and birth records. It comes without recommendation. For what
Mr.
reason
Speaker.
does the member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to table SB 422 and I request a division vote.
The motion is to table Senate Bill 422, and a division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 422. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Dry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill represents massive change to vocabulary related to marriage and parentage, including those endearing new terms, gestational carrier and other non-birth parent, and if I know that an 8-page, 83 subsection touching change is too large and too important to rush, would I now press the green button to table this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill makes important changes to parenting and the birth records legislation that would, for example, eliminate the need for in vitro fertilization situations for parents to go to court to have necessary records changed, and if I know that the amendment to this that one of the amendments to this bill passed the committee on a 20-0, the Judiciary Committee on a 20-0 basis, and if I know that another amendment that would be discussed if we debated the bill would reinforce positions already taken by the House on 2 earlier bills that were passed, then would I press the red button and vote against the motion to table so that we can have a thorough debate on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 422. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 136 voting yea, 228 voting nay. The motion fails.
Okay, so pending question. So Representative Smith moves on to pass and offers that amendment. There's no debate on that.
Representative Marjorie Smith moves ought to pass and offers amendment 1697H, printed in House Record 18. Pages 23 through 32. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say a division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 1697H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Turcott and Montiel.
Representative Eaton. Representative Ford. Representative Smart. Representative Bean.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 337 voting yea, 28 voting nay. The amendment passes. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Alexander moves Amendment 1698H, printed in House Record 18, page 32 through 40. Chair recognizes Representative Staub. Representative Staub. Representative Staub waves off. Chair recognizes Representative Tura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1698H is effectively the same as SB 422 with Amendment 1697 that our body just approved by a wide margin, but with the text of two unrelated bills in it which do not enjoy such wide support. One essentially is moot at this point, HB 1115, because it was incorporated into the previous bill that we just voted up with that amendment. The other bill is HB 1412 relative to licensing of court reporters. That was also added. Also an unrelated bill that came to the floor with no recommendation from our Judiciary Committee and was unanimously recommended for ITL by the body behind the wall behind me. There was no stated opposition to the continued licensing of court reporters during our committee hearings. Everyone who's covered by the licensing, even though they had to pay and go through requirements, continued to push to maintain that licensing provision. So I hope that we would keep that. So I will say the body, also behind the wall behind me, has a habit of sending us back bills that we support loaded with unrelated provisions with less support in this chamber. That's not an approach that I feel we should embrace here in the House. I'd like to allow us to pass this bill cleanly with the content that we basically all agree on, I believe. Urge the members of this body to vote no on this amendment. I ask for
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in favor of Amendment 2024-1698H. This simple amendment is a carbon copy of the amendment the House just passed and adds two simple bills to reassert our House position. The first bill would help alleviate the housing crisis by adding more flexibility in the housing market. The House passed HB 1115 would enable landlord and tenants to have creative conversations about lease agreements. This amendment would reward good behavior from tenants and penalize bad behavior. Additionally, this amendment would add HB 1412, which repeals court reporter certifications. This outdated and unneeded certification costs $300, and reputable court reporters already have to be involved in national organizations such as the National Court Reporters Association in order to receive jobs. Whether you are in favor of the underlying bill or not, I encourage you to vote in favor of this amendment to send a message to the body on the other side of the wall that the House would like them to look favorably on these bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Amendment 1698H. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is Amendment 1698H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tura for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that voluntary legal declaration of parentage of a child born to an unmarried couple is one of the most meaningful acts that one can undertake to establish their rights and responsibilities for raising that child, and if I know that the language in the current RSA, which provides this option only to a, quote, father wishing to establish, quote, paternity, is outdated and fails to recognize the structure of many New Hampshire families in which the non-birth parent is not a male, and if I know that this bill doesn't change who can be a parent in New Hampshire, but rather who can legally declare their parentage without going through a formal adoption procedure in court, then would I press the green button to bring this New Hampshire statute up to date and into alignment with the reality of family structures in our society. What? I'll be back. Just vote red.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this is another bill, that of the lease termination bill previously discussed and the court reporter deregulation bill, both of which were previously passed by this House, and if I know that adding this amendment will once again demonstrate to the other body that we strongly support the measures we have passed and will once again cause the other body to reevaluate its position concerning our bills, then would I support this amendment by pressing the green button. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is Amendment 1698H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open in 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 183 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to ought to pass as amended.
Mr. Speaker, we have no debate. We have no debate left. That amendment failed, so we have no debate. The question is now on ought to pass as amended.
The question, for what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 422.
Motion is in order to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 422.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table.
Motion to table is a higher priority, so now we have a motion to table Senate Bill 422. And we have a request for a division, so members take your seats. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 422. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 179 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The motion fails. Is it a pending question now? Is indefinitely postponed? I expected that. This is a division vote. Everybody should be in their seats. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Esophagitis.
Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 187 voting yea, 178 voting nay. Senate Bill 422 is indefinitely postponed. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 462, an act relative to raising the cap on damages for wrongful death, loss of consortium claims. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation bill ought to pass. Representative Ben Ming for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Richard Tripp for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 462.
The motion is to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 462. The motion is in order. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Behind. The motion before us is indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 462. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that, that this bill is simply not ready for prime time and the most efficient way to deal with it right now is to indefinitely postpone it, would I press the green button to do just that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I was under the impression, perhaps incorrectly, that the legislators were elected to legislate, to debate bills and then vote on them, would I vote against indefinitely postpone so that we can hear what the factors are in this bill and then make a legislative decision. Thank you.
The motion before us indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 462. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lekis, Representative Lekis, Representative Potenza. Representative Potenza.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 175 voting nay, 187 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to the original motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 462. Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise to be brief. I was reading the blurb the other day, and it talks about whether this is going to have an impact on insurance premiums or not. As someone who's served on the insurance committee for over 30 years, there's a couple of things I can guarantee you, and a couple of things I'll tell you have a high probability of happening. Number one, I guarantee you everyone's insurance will be impacted. The simple reason being that the underwriter who issues your policy, who is setting up your policy, cannot ignore these numbers. These numbers are off the chart. And I would say that if it had gone to a different committee, they would have come back with much more reasonable numbers. But it didn't. I'm very respectful for other committees and what their work, but in this case, these numbers are way, way too high. I guarantee you, everyone who has an insurance policy will see an increase. I also guarantee that any business that has a vehicle or heavy equipment is going to see a whopper of an increase. And the only other thing, I will not try to guarantee this, but I can promise you this. There will be some insurance companies that will pull out of this state if we pass these numbers. State Farm pulled out of California. Insurance, we have a very lively insurance market, and the last thing we need to do is upset that cart with these outrageous numbers. Please do not pass this bill, put it in an interim study, and yes, we can make sure that the department does an actuarial study and give us numbers that really make sense. Please vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Christine Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the facts, not hypotheticals. In the Senate hearing in February 6th, those representing the insurance interests were asked, in other states with this type of statute, did insurance rates go up? They did not have the answers to that. The bill passed in the Senate committee ought to pass. Then it went on to pass in the Senate 17-7. 4/24/24, it comes to judiciary 11 weeks and 1 day later. At that hearing, the same question was asked of the insurance companies. We don't have that answer, yet they had 11 weeks and 1 day to get that answer. In Illinois, in 2007, they had put this into effect. In 2010, the caps were eliminated. According to the American Medical Association, in a 9-year study from 2009 to 2018, malpractice insurance dropped in OB/GYN. Malpractice insurance dropped in general surgery. And malpractice insurance in internal medicine increased by an average of $139 a year. Maine. Their changes from 2019 went from 500,000 to 750,000. Since that was in 2000. Yet since that happened, their rates went up 2.79%, and the national average for rates was up 2.77%. New Hampshire has the lowest caps on recovery of grief, sorrow, and mental suffering and wrongful death in the country. Vermont and Maine have no caps. Maine's was adjusted for inflation in 2003 to $1 million cap. Rhode Island raised its cap to $350,000 in 2003 as well. Our cap has not been adjusted in 25 years. Inflation alone would bring it up to $300,000. But let's bring it up so that we don't have to bring this up again. Yet New Hampshire insurance companies are making record profits. The top 10 casualty companies in the state had an average loss ratio of 56%, meaning payout of only 56 cents on every premium dollar that they take in. Insurance companies have doubled their profits since 2022 to 2023. Yet, a mother who is not working, who does not have a degree, who is killed might not receive damages for lost earnings since she has the sole honorable job of being a wife and a mother. Doesn't her family deserve compensation for their loss of her, their grief, their sorrow, and wrongful death separate from damages? I work for the people. I do not work for insurance companies. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Tripp. Chair recognizes Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an interesting bill. We spent 2.5 hours listening to everyone say, well, we don't know if this is too much to raise the cap, or if the raising the cap would raise the insurance rates. This bill originally was determined to be
sent to interim study. I think that if we couldn't figure out what was going on in 2.5 hours, then sending it to interim study would give us a chance to figure out which the proper amount should be for the cap on wrongful death for loss of consortium, and possibly get an actuarial study so that we could find out what would actually happen to the insurance rates. So I ask you to vote red to fail the OTP. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the state of New Hampshire places a cap on insurance claims for loss of consortium due to the wrongful death of a spouse, parent, or child. These claims arise through a deceased person's estate, where its administrator can bring claims that, due to the negligence of another, this close family relationship was severed, and the spouse, child, or parent should be compensated for the loss of that relationship. As a state, we value the loss of a spouse at $150,000 and only $50,000 for a parent or child. If those values sound low, it may be due to the fact that they haven't been adjusted since they were instated in the late 90s. The change that SB 462 proposes is a more than reasonable limit of $500,000 for the loss of a spouse and a $300,000 limit for the loss of a parent or child. And those numbers represent a compromise within the other legislative body, with the original version of the bill proposing an elimination of those caps. Removing the limit on loss of consortium damages altogether may sound like a big step, but we don't have to look outside of New England for examples of what happens when these completely arbitrary caps are removed. The answer is nothing. Insurance is no less affordable in the absence of these limits. The only other state in New England that even has these limits is Maine, and their cap on loss of consortium damages is $1 million. The people in those states continue to have insurance, and the insurance companies haven't left. And why is that? These types of claims aren't common, and they're not common because they're expensive to litigate. When they do happen, New Hampshire juries don't give excessive verdicts, which we know because uncapped damages exist for other claims in New Hampshire, and there are no numbers to show that excessive verdicts occur in those circumstances with any frequency. Not only that, judges have the power to reduce excessive monetary verdicts if one were to occur. And although we aren't voting on an unlimited cap on damages for loss of consortium due to the negligent causation of death, we should consider that in New Hampshire, damages are uncapped for certain types of negligent injury. We are quite literally saying there are some things in life that are worse than death, but it's not the loss of a spouse, parent, or child. This is a weighty issue, and the types of families that would rely on this RSA and the change that SB 462 would make to it need this. They've lost their spouse, their parent, or their child, and our laws have defined a completely inadequate value of a relationship that will never exist again. Please support the current motion and committee recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Representative Lynn has requested a division. Members, take your seats.
When you get a second, come see me after.
Motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 462. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the increase in loss of consortium caps in this bill are far above what the caps would be if a mere inflation or consumer price index were applied to the original caps as enacted in the late 1990s. And if I know that this bill is opposed by the insurance industry, the New Hampshire Hospital Association, the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and perhaps most significantly, the New Hampshire Insurance Department, and if I know that the basis of these groups' opposition is the concern that the damage caps will have, the increase in damage caps will have on insurance rates, which are already under great stress, and more importantly, on the availability of insurance for certain critical professions such as doctors and other medical professionals. And finally, if I know that much of these concerns could be eliminated if the insurance department is given time to conduct an actuarial study of this proposal, and that we have no indication that 11 weeks would be a sufficient time to conduct such a study, or that back in February, the insurance department was simply able to drop everything to start one right away, then would I oppose the OTP motion so that a motion for interim study can be made and the proposal can be brought back next year if warranted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I agree completely with the chair of the Judiciary Committee when he talks about the fact that for some reason the Department of Insurance has been unable or unwilling to give us the data that could help inform us on what would happen in New Hampshire. But if I also know that without New Hampshire figures, we would best look at what happens in all the other states that have raised their limits, and found that in no other state has there been an increase in rates. If I know that the rates in all other states in New England have no cap, except for Maine, where the value has gone up and where there has been no increase in rates. And if I also know that because I value a successful capitalist system, I'm pleased to be able to report that insurers in New Hampshire are doing very well. Could I now bring myself to recognize that in order to be respectful to the families in New Hampshire who find themselves in this situation, that I would vote, in fact, to increase the caps, put us in line with all of the other states that have done this without facing any situation with the sky falling, and therefore vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 462. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that the debate on Senate Bill 462 be placed in the permanent record.
Without objection. Majority Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 507 FN, an act extending the time to petition for a new trial in certain cases. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Caitlin Kotaro for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Zoe Manos for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against the motion of interim study on this bill. Currently, a criminal defendant may not challenge a conviction after 3 years for any reason. This bill provides a narrow exception from the 3-year cap on filing a motion for a new trial. The conditions are if, but only if, there is newly discovered evidence, new or additional forensic testing, or new scientific understanding that would have been material for the fact finder. If all the evidence was available at the time of trial and there is no new forensic testing available or no new scientific understanding, then the 3-year cap still applies. You will hear questions about whether habeas corpus is applicable in these cases. Habeas corpus, which is known as the Great Writ, dates back to the Magna Carta. It literally means, let us have the body. It is a judicial command to the jailer to bring the prisoner before the court. Habeas corpus is not available unless the defendant is imprisoned or subject to limitations on his liberty, such as parole or probation. This bill is broader than habeas corpus. It applies to defendants both imprisoned and those whose liberty have been restricted. Habeas corpus is not a subject of this bill, and it would not be proper to include it in interim study. Habeas corpus should be left to future legislation. You will also hear concerns about the application of the DNA statute. Once again, that statute is only available to defendants who are imprisoned or who have other restrictions on their liberty. And it is only applicable in cases in which biological material that can be tested for DNA is available. There are cases in which there is no DNA material, no biological material that can be tested. If the DNA statute is applicable, then the courts will apply it. Finally, you will hear concerns about criminal defendants potentially filing repeated motions for a new trial. However, our Superior Court judges are very capable of reviewing these petitions. They will sort out those that have merit and deserve a hearing from those that have none and should be outright denied. Remember, the law holds that it is better that 10 guilty persons escape than that one innocent suffer. Innocence cannot wait. People have been convicted of crimes they did not commit. In the narrow circumstances of this bill, criminal defendants should have a path forward to prove their innocence. Please vote no on interim studies so that another motion can be made. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Kutsab is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would extend the time to petition the court for a new trial from 3 years to indefinitely for any criminal conviction for a felony offense or a Class A misdemeanor if new evidence is discovered. Of course, we don't want an innocent person to be incarcerated. However, there are already existing protections in place, such as habeas corpus. So there really is no need to rush this law and potentially traumatize victims with frivolous petitions due to the inadequate language. This is a very important issue, and it is critical that we study it to get the language right the first time. As written, no parameters exist, such as language to address successive petitions on the same grounds, nor any outer limit on how soon after new evidence is discovered that one must petition the court. Comparatively, the post-conviction DNA statute, RSA 651-D, contains many safeguard parameters. Please vote yes on interim study so we can get the language right and then pass this at a later time. Thank you.
The question before the House is a committee report of interim study on Senate Bill 507. A division vote has been requested. Members, take your seats. Let's find our seats. The question's on the committee report of interim study on Senate Bill 507, and this is division vote. Representative Ming is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would not be granting a new trial based on newly discovered evidence or new scientific understanding, and if I know that it would only allow a person to ask for a new trial, then wouldn't I oppose the current motion for interim study by pushing the red button so a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is not ready for prime time because it leaves many important issues unaddressed, and if I know that among these issues are the absence of limits on successive motions for new trial raising the same issues, the lack of any threshold requirement to make some level of showing that the motion for new trial has merit and is likely to succeed, and finally, if I know that there is no urgency to act immediately to expand the 3-year time limit on motions for new trial, because in almost, not all, but almost all cases, an alternative remedy is available through a petition for writ of habeas corpus, then would I support the interim study motion by pressing the green button so that the deficiencies I have noted can be addressed and the bill brought back next year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question's on the committee report of interim study. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. If you are opposed, press the red. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 172 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Manos moves ought to pass. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Kutab moves floor amendment 1857H, which can be found in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This floor amendment addresses a few of the issues that were mentioned during the hearing. One being that it provides that it can't just be any evidence. You have to establish that there would be a reasonable likelihood of a more favorable outcome. Two, it also defines that for DNA evidence, RSA 651-C shall be followed. There's many detailed parameters in there about how all of that type of evidence needs to be handled. That statute is very well thought out, and I think it's important that we're following the right standards for that. It also further defines the fact that a court need not entertain a repetitive petition that has already been ruled against the first time. Otherwise, if we don't put this in, somebody could literally just keep petitioning the same time over and over again on the same grounds that have already been found against. So I think this is a really important amendment that we pass, and I ask you all to please vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Representative Marjorie Smith recognized to speak against the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise against the floor amendment. The floor amendment was never presented to the Judiciary Committee, even though we have had this bill. Excuse me, what?
You were recognized to speak against the floor amendment.
That's what I'm doing. Is that
All good.
okay? Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. I always try to do the right thing, and mostly succeed. The amendment, the floor amendment, was never presented to the members of the Judiciary Committee, even though we have had this bill for quite a while. It was never reviewed by us, it was never evaluated by the committee, and we in this legislature like to rely on committees to do the heavy lifting. The changes that the floor amendment has included seem to confuse rather than clarify issues. For example, it refers to DNA, and yet, while DNA is important, it is by no means the only set of circumstances that could change over time, and where it might be appropriate in order to make sure that the right decisions are made to consider other factors. All of this is, I think, important, but what strikes me most is the language in the amendment which seems to think that the judicial branch is not on its own capable of determining how to process petitions that come to the court, and that the legislature should interfere with how the judicial branch processes those cases. I'm sure that the amendment was well-meaning, but I don't think it helps us achieve the goals that this legislature has just indicated that it has some support for. So I ask you to vote down the floor amendment so that we can then vote ought to pass on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the adoption of floor amendment 1857H. You ready for the question? Thought so. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. questions on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1857H. Representative Ming is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the floor amendment will create a more burdensome standard for simply asking for a new trial based on newly discovered evidence or a new scientific understanding, then wouldn't I oppose the floor amendment by pushing the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the amendment here corrects a number of the deficiencies in the bill that were previously referenced, would I then support this amendment by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1857H. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 in the affirmative, 181 in the negative. The amendment fails. The question now is on ought to pass on Senate Bill 507. Are you ready for the question? Division vote. Members back in your seats. You almost made it. It's a division vote. Questions on the motion about to pass on Senate Bill 507. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 in the affirmative, 170 in the negative. The motion is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 576, an act relative to reporting the death of voters. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Marjorie Smith for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Alexander for the minority of the committee. Representative Kutab is recognized to speak against the committee report. The House will come to order. Let's be able to hear her. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is often said that we can be assured of two things: death and taxes. It is the former topic on which I speak today. SB 567 has to do with the somber subject of someone who has passed away. In other words, someone who is no more, has ceased to be, and is bereft of life. Current legislation requires that when the city or town receives an official notice of death, that the supervisors of the checklist be notified to remove that individual from the voter rolls. This bill then has the executor or a personal representative notify the local clerk of the death of an individual 18 years of age and above within a 30-day period. If you'll pardon the expression, it creates a deadline. You may ask, what about a grieving widow or a relative? What if they forget? Well, no penalty is associated with this bill, so such an understandable omission would not be punished. This bill simply expedites the notification process, particularly for lawyers and estate fiduciaries handling such matters. This bill helps to keep the voter rolls clean. It helps with the integrity of our New Hampshire elections and with voter confidence. Honorable colleagues, I'd be grateful for your support of Senate Bill 567. Thank you.
Representative Mark Page is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to support the majority recommendation to ITL SB 576. This bill, a bill that would require an executor of an estate to report to the clerk the death of a person within 30 days of being appointed as executor, is the classic case of a solution searching for a problem. Don't take it from me, though. The Secretary of State's office gave extensive testimony and, in fact, was the only one to speak to the substance of the bill at the House hearing, expressing concerns, concluding ultimately the bill was unnecessary for any number of reasons. The Department of Health and Human Services, town and city clerks, among others, share that position. First, as the Secretary of State reported, there's already a robust and thorough coordinated system in place to ensure that a deceased person is timely removed from the voting rolls. And it's working. Secretary of State could not recall a single instance of any problem that the bill would have resolved. Second, as the Secretary of State office also noted, existing criminal penalties effectively deter anyone who might consider committing voter fraud by requesting an absentee ballot of a deceased person. Penalties for election interference are quite severe, as they should be, and they're working. And third, and finally, implementation of this bill is unclear. The bill does not contain any information about how or who is to notify the executor of this duty, and there's no enforcement mechanism. Not only is the bill a solution in search of a problem, but it's also a dead letter. Those of us, Mr. Speaker, when I die, I want to be buried in Chicago so I can keep voting. Now, various geographic locations have been used and substituted for Chicago, like Louisiana and Texas. But I've never heard New Hampshire mentioned in that joke, and I know why. The current system works, and passing SB 576 would only create a problem, not resolve one. I urge you to vote in favor of the majority ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is an expedient to legislate on Senate Bill 576. As the previous speaker, will you take a question? Nope. Okay, he doesn't yield. So anyway, the motion is an expedient to legislate. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report have been expedient to legislate, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Wallace is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a registered New Hampshire voter that dies out of state, there is no procedure for that person to be removed from the voter checklist. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is a procedure to remove the decedent from the checklist only if they die in New Hampshire. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is no legitimate reason to keep a decedent's name on the voter checklist, would I now press the red button so a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Devine is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current process of reporting death of voters already provides many levels of assurance, and if I know that creating a new law to add an executor or personal representative of the estate to this process would be burdensome to all parties involved, then would I press the green button to ITL this needless motion to a problem that does not exist? Because unlike Hollywood over there's fear of bad actors, I don't see dead people voting. Do you, Mr. Speaker?
The House will come to order. I'm going to break this hammer one of these days. The questions on the Majority Committee report have been expedient to legislate, and it's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote, which includes mine. 179 and 179, the motion fails. Representative Alexander moves ought to pass. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table this bill.
Representative Marjorie Smith moves to lay Senate Bill 576 on the table. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. This is getting exciting. Are you ready? And it's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. All right, the question is whether to lay Senate Bill 576 on the table. Representative Marjorie Smith is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that dead people don't vote, and if I know that everyone in authority, from town clerks to the Secretary of State to the Health Department, opposes this legislation, would I now vote to table the bill? Thank you.
Representative Alexander is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this problem does exist because a member of our committee testified to having a dead person voting absentee in the First Nation primary, would I vote red so we could pass this election integrity bill? Thank you.
We're in the voting mode. Members will be in their seats. We're in the voting mode. Members will be in their seats. Now. Bye. Go. The question is whether to lay Senate Bill 576 on the table, and it is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote, which does not include my vote. 180 in the affirmative, 181 in the negative. Tabling fails. Now we're on the question of ought to pass. For what reason does a member rise?
Point of personal privilege?
I'm sorry, what?
I think, no, wait, the secretary, the clerk will tell me what I can ask for right now.
Got to respond to personal. You can speak against the motion. Personal privileges is done in the late session.
Okay, so what can I do now in order to respond to it?
You can speak against.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
She's going to speak against the motion.
Representative Marjorie Smith recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you very much. I'm always happy to have the clerk advise me. I am going to speak against the motion of ought to pass for all the reasons that I have already given you based on substance, but I am going to add one additional comment. A statement was made by one of our colleagues about a comment that was made casually in the Judiciary Committee. In fact, the comment said something about a person having voted and then died before the election. In fact, that is true. A person voted, filed the ballot, and died. And as always happens and is appropriate to happen, the clerk of the jurisdiction where that person had resided did not count the ballot because it had been recorded that that person had died. The system works to pretend that it doesn't work and to make a fuss about something that isn't accurate, isn't helpful. And I hope that you will vote against ought to pass. Thank you very much.
The questions on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 576. You ready for the question? Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion about to pass on Senate Bill 576. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 in the affirmative, 180 in the negative. The motion's adopted. Well then.
Majority of the committee. The House will be in order. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm rising because it's a habit. I'm sorry about that. But I would like to move reconsideration on SB 462 and ask my colleagues to vote no.
All right, the motion before
May I have a
us.
division, please?
The motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 462. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 462. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 162 voting yea, 197 voting nay. The motion fails. Majority Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred Senate Bill 383 FN, relative to local tax caps. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Diane Power from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jim Magliore from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1520H, printed in House Record 18, page 23. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those, a division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 1528H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lanza.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 176 voting nay. The amendment passes. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would amend an enabling RSA, adding a tax cap calculation option for municipalities and school districts. Currently, caps are defined by a specific dollar amount of increase or a budget percentage increase as agreed upon by the voters. Given that only 13 municipalities and/or school districts, about 3% of political subdivisions, have adopted local tax caps, and 8 communities rejected such a measure just this year, tax caps are clearly not a popular budgetary tool. Municipal and school budgets include line items that can't be zeroed out. Buildings still need to be heated and maintained, electricity supplied, vehicles fueled, software, technology, media tools, and remote infrastructure, basic staff, healthcare costs, which are fully the burden of the taxpayer, and pensions. Basic services such as police and fire and plowing and road repair costs need to be provided for. Some of these can be deferred, but eventually they have to be done, and the longer the wait, the more expensive the job is to do. This bill offers an actual mathematical equation to calculate a tax cap. It uses the previous year's budget, the change year over year of the municipal population or school enrollment, and a multiplier for inflation. School enrollment is computed using the Department of Education's average daily membership in residence, also known as ADMR. And this is the membership of the school district as of October 1st of the prior year. The CPI is that of January 1st of some undefined year, and the same equation is used for both the municipal and school budgets, with the town population or the student ADMI, but there's no mechanism for choosing which value to use. The Department of Education advises this bill needs to define the ADMR to be specific as to what grades are covered. Are Education Freedom Account participants included? Are students residing in one town but tuition to a school in another town included? Are charter schools included? Are preschools included? The Department of Education apparently has different ADMR calculations for different purposes and is concerned of unintended consequences if other RSAs can be avoided by clarifying the choice of the ADMR definition used here. For school budgets, unavoidable costs include those mentioned for the municipal budget, but add on the cost of maintaining 14 areas of education competencies for high school graduation. Staff, such as counselors and special needs support, are required by the state, federal law, and the Department of Education rules. So what can be changed if a proposed school budget exceeds the cap? Staff, hiring freezes, books, class sizes, maintenance deferral, after-school programs, class trips to the State House, sports, chorus, advanced placement courses. What has already been reduced before instituting a school tax cap are revenues to the education fund, such as the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax. Tying a tax cap to the consumer price index and populations may seem like a logical way to control spending while accounting for inflation in good years. If populations increase and inflation increases, or the calculation reaches a break-even point, by adopting the cap calculation in this bill, it commits towns and schools to contend with the opposite results when a deflation occurs. A negative inflation rate is applied. During such recessions, businesses close, people lose jobs, and leave town to find work, but will still need to provide the basic services, adequate education, and the buildings that house the services we need to maintain at some level. Another point is that the CPI doesn't account for the cost of fuel or other energy components, as these are highly volatile. And remember, not too long ago, when the fuel prices skyrocketed, towns struggled to keep plow trucks running and schools warm within the budgets that had been passed. Under this bill's optional calculations and these circumstances, local budgets could not sustain the services. SB 383 optional multiplier is creative, but poses a higher risk to towns and schools, hedging their bets on populations and CPIs that we can't control. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask you to join me and the 97% of the state's political subdivisions that reject in any form a tax cap, and please vote against the motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 383. Mr. Speaker, year after year, our constituents are faced with ever-increasing local budgets. This trend results in escalating property taxes, which are simply unsustainable for taxpayers. Senate Bill 383 is important enabling legislation that provides towns and school districts with two optional budgetary tools which can be adopted locally and used to better manage local spending in a fiscally responsible manner. First, this bill adds an adjustment method to the existing local tax cap enabling statute. Currently, the proposed tax effort can be capped by either a fixed percentage or a fixed dollar amount. This bill adds a third option by which the proposed tax effort can be capped based on both a given annual inflation index and the change in population of the town or the school district, where the annual inflation index is one published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics or is specified as the Municipal Cost Index, published by American City and County. For towns and village districts, the population is calculated by the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. And for school districts, the population is the average daily membership in residence, ADMR, reported to the Department of Education. Notably, a 3/5 supermajority vote required to either adopt or rescind a local tax cap, and the ability to override the tax cap each year by a simple majority vote of the legislative body is unchanged by this bill. And second, this bill also provides for a new optional school district budget cap. This new provision is also enabling legislation that establishes an annual cap on proposed spending. The school district budget cap is based on a current per pupil cost times the number of pupils, that is the average daily membership in residence, where the current pupil cost is adjusted annually based on a selected inflation index, again reported by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics or the Municipal Cost Index. Finally, similar to the local tax cap, the new school district budget cap is adopted or rescinded by a 3/5 supermajority vote, and in each year, the school district budget cap can be overridden by a 3/5 supermajority vote of the legislative body. To conclude, Senate Bill 383 is important enabling legislation that provides taxpayers with an additional practical tax effort adjustment method under the existing local tax cap RSA, and it establishes a new school district budget cap statute, both of which automatically adjust with inflation as well as population changes within the town or the school district, encouraging fiscally responsible budgeting, and also gives Granite State taxpayers the means by which they can more effectively manage local spending in an effort to keep local property taxes under control. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass with amendment by voting yes on Senate Bill 383. Yes, 383. And I ask for a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on Senate Bill 383. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mangipudi for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill imposes 2 state-imposed mandates which erode local control to set your local tax caps. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the existing provisions for establishing tax caps have not been challenged, and therefore adding a confusing option is unnecessary, and Mr. Speaker, if I also know the state-imposed formula in this bill for calculating the tax cap requires using the average daily membership and residence, but according to the Department of Education, there are several definitions of ADMR, and without a clear definition of which to use, the formula will not be accurate, and there may be unintended consequences for several other sections of law. Then, Mr. Speaker, would I vote against the Majority Committee report by pressing the red button so that another motion can be made which will preserve local control for local taxes and local spending? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill provides towns and school districts with an additional option, not a mandate, to responsibly propose budgets that track with inflation and population changes, and if I know that when local spending is fiscally responsible, that property taxes will be sustainable for our constituents, would I now press the green button to support the committee recommendation?
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on Senate Bill 383. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Edwards. Representative Edwards.
While members present had the opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 177 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Municipal and County Government, to issues referred Senate Bill 532 FN, Act relative to requiring all municipalities and school governing bodies to post on their official town or school website within 30 days the amounts of funds received by the state either by allocation or grant. If we consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Richard Lascelles for the committee. The amendment is 1569H, printed in House Record 18, pages 45 through 46. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Lynn Turcott offers floor amendment 1802H. And is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1802H is a very simple bill. It's quite amazing that the committee on the other side of the wall, the full body on the other side of the wall, and our entire committee missed such a simple single word that was caught by Representative Spilsbury, the representative from Charleston. This bill only changes the current word by. It says shall post the amount of funds received by the state, and it changes it shall receive the funds received from the state. Intent clarifies it. We try to make everything as good as possible before we send it back to the Senate. So we would ask that you agree with us and press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us now is floor amendment 1802H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Coker offers floor amendment 1847. And that's in your seat pockets. And the chair recognizes Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this floor amendment, 1847, basically adds two bills that went through this House on a pretty good margin to this bill for Senate Bill 532. So the first bill is House Bill 1391, which allows new vehicles to be inspected in the second year after purchase. I've already gone through the arguments twice on this bill in the House, so I'm just going to hit the bullet points. And both times it went through on a pretty good margin. We can make this change to our inspection laws safely, and it's going to save our constituents millions of dollars, and it's going to save them 83,000 hours of their time every year on unnecessary inspections. So the second bill is HB 1032, which passed the House on a voice vote. And basically what it does is it grants an exemption for cars that are over, or for titles for cars that are over 20 years old. So right now, you get an exemption for a title if the car is 1999 or earlier. So 1999 was a long time ago, and this kind of makes it so it's not like a set thing. This would basically put a 20-year mark, and if the car is older than 20 years, you don't need a title. So why does that really matter? One of the biggest issues with this, everybody has a house in the neighborhood that has like 5 old cars in the yard that are all beat up and broken down and kind of just an eyesore. Those are actually really hard to send to the junkyard unless you have a title. You can't even do it. You'd have to go get a duplicate title, which gets really complicated. So this bill would make it so a lot of those junk cars would be able to get taken to the junkyard, recycled, and get taken care of with whatever way they need to go. So the title's really not important on these cars because the market value is pretty low. So again, these two bills, let's send it back to the other side of the wall, let them reconsider their position, and let's make life a little bit easier for Granite Staters. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Coker Floor Amendment 1847. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Len Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment contains two bills that this body previously passed, one by a voice vote, one by 2/3 of this body, and if I also know both of these bills reduce regulations as well as lessen the financial burdens on our citizens, would I now vote green to amend these two bills to the previously passed House bills so we can send them back to the body on the other side of the wall? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Coker Floor Amendment 1847. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Johnson.
If all members present have the opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 253 voting yea, 104 voting nay. Committee amendment is adopted. We are now on ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Keller. He's waved off. Chair. Lascelles is waved off? Okay, the motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side of Senate Bill 383, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
The question is on reconsideration of Senate Bill 383. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 383. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Schmidt.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion fails. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred Senate Bill 387 FN, an act relative to a state's Parks Pass pilot program for recovery centers and community mental health centers. Consider the same, report the same, with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Tim McHugh for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation bill ought to pass. Senator Rosemary Rung from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
My motion is I move to table SB 387.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 387. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 387. House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Hard for, this is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know we already have another bill on state park fees and interim study, would I now press the green button and support this tabling motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Vail for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill creates a study and we do not need to interim study a study, and if I also know that mental health centers and the state parks director have worked on a bill that is a bipartisan bill to support recovery in New Hampshire for mental health recovery centers and for our community mental health centers, then would I please press the red button and we will hear a speech against the interim study. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill, Senate Bill 387. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ranzullo. Representative Schmidt, thank you. Representative Hamblett.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 187 voting yea, 168 voting nay. Senate Bill 387 is left on the table. Majority of the Committee on Resource Recreation Development, to which was referred Senate Bill 589 local, act relative to wastewater surcharges. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation bill ought to pass. Senator Tim McHugh for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Will Darby for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 589. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 432 FN, an act relative to advanced deposit account wagering and establishing a charitable third-party financial intermediary program. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Fred Doucette for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Schomburg for the minority of the committee. This is going to be a division vote with PIs only. So members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is Senate Bill, is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 432. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Malloy for a parliamentary inquiry. Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Janigian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that testimony was heard from multiple sources that this bill could create a gray area if passed between the Federal Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978 and New Hampshire RSA 284-22A, and if I further know that all revenue collected from advanced deposit wagering would be turned over to a private third party who would decide which charities get that money, when currently simulcast and ADW revenue goes to the Education Trust Fund, would I then support the 13-6 bipartisan vote of ITL and press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 432. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Majuri.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 296 voting yea, 60 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. We're now on to bills removed from the consent. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 574, an act relative to the appointment of a temporary agent for a minor child or incapacitated person. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation bill ought to pass. Representative Jody Nelson for the committee. Floor amendment is being offered 1853. It's in your seat pockets. And the chair recognizes Representative Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several weeks ago, this body passed House Bill 185, anticipating that our colleagues on the other side of the wall would agree that there is a pressing situation in New Hampshire family courts that cannot wait any longer to be addressed. Having worked bipartisanly with members of the Special Committee on Family Court, we have carefully examined the family court system by observing and interviewing judges, listening to hours of heartbreaking testimony, and reviewing past reports with recommendations on challenges that this House should address. Changing 4 words in RSA 461 will remove ambiguity from the law, thereby reducing the hostility between parents and family courts. This amendment not only empowers the court to ensure that all judges approach similar cases consistently, but also demonstrates that the family courts in our great state of New Hampshire are fully committed to the intent of RSA 461. Children do best when both parents have stable and meaningful involvement in their lives. Replacing frequent and continuing contact with approximately equal parenting time in RSA 461 does not diminish the authority of judges to use their discretion in cases where equal parenting time could be detrimental to the child. This amendment continues to provide the exact same protection to victims of domestic violence, abuse, and neglect, and does not prevent parents from creating a parenting plan that works for them. I implore my esteemed colleagues in the House to show our constituents that we have heard their pleas. Please press the green button and pass this amendment to make sure a positive difference in the lives of New Hampshire families. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the other side of the aisle already determined on this language, and that the underlying bill is an important issue that we must take up with respect to giving notice of a grandparent or a family friend to, when a parent's not around, to give permission to take care of the child. We heard in committee that that wasn't the case, that there were some doctors that refused those notices authorizing the other person to take care of the child. And if I know that the advocates and service providers were strongly against this approximately equal parenting time, it would create trouble because the court needs to deem it clearly detrimental to the child. And the current language of frequent and continuing contact gives the judge the opportunity to determine whether it's clearly detrimental to the child or not, and also that one parent, both in a perfect world, both parents would have the best interest of the child. We all know that this is not a perfect world. There are parents that don't have the best interest of the child, and that's the concern that I would have that this language would bring in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1853. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Floor Amendment 1853. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Post for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that research involving 30,000 children that has shown that shared parenting arrangements has better outcomes for children in terms of emotional, behavioral, and psychological well-being, and that meaningful relationships with both parents are crucial for a child's emotional development and tend to have higher grades, better school attendance, lower dropout rates that are compared to children in sole custody arrangements. And Mr. Speaker, children are less likely to experience anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues.
This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, okay. And if I know that research suggests that shared parenting can reduce conflict between parents over time as they cooperate in the best interest of their children, would I now press the green button so that children may thrive with both fit parents in their lives? Please vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this floor amendment is entirely unrelated to the underlying bill, and if I know that prior bills with similar language to the amendment were opposed by child welfare and domestic violence experts because it does not put children's best interests first, and if I know that the Child and Family Law Committee has worked cooperatively to vet and send bills forward with unanimous support, which this language does not have, and I believe we should respect the work of the Child and Family Law Committee, would I now press the red button to defeat the amendment and consider the original bill? Thank you.
Motion before us is Floor Amendment 1853 on Senate Bill 574. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murad. Representative Montiel.
While all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 173 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Division has been requested. Members should still be in your seats. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 574. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Nagel. Representative Nagel. Representative Corman.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 352 voting yea, 7 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
On this one. Bills on second reading. After you read this, bills on second reading. It's an amendment. Manning offers the floor amendment. He's going to speak to the three. He's going to speak against it. It's going to be
Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 426 FN, an act relative to the transportation of marijuana in a motor vehicle or OHRV. Consider the same, report the same, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Dennis Mannion for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Senator Mannion offers floor amendment 1838H. It's in your seat pockets. The chair recognizes Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds the Defend the Guard Act to SB 426. Every month, there's more developments on the world stage that justify the need for this act. Last month, Iranian missiles and drones flew over 3 countries the U.S. has guardsmen deployed to. This month, we're constructing a pier in Gaza that will be permanently staffed by our military members. I guess the Department of Defense wasn't satisfied with over 100 bases we occupy worldwide and had to manufacture a base over the sea to put our men and women into a war zone, despite claims that there would not be boots on the ground in Gaza. While the underlying bill is bad, I ask that you support this amendment to ensure the other body knows that we are serious about this issue and it won't be the last time they see it. Thank you. And I ask for a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this floor amendment. This bill does not protect the Guard. It hurts the Guard. I served 34 years in the Army, deployed over 10, all 10 of those with National Guard units. I've been in discussion with the Adjutant General of New Hampshire, who is vehemently opposed to this bill. At the end of the day, the National Guard costs the federal government for the state of New Hampshire about $410 million. That's federal money. The state pays less than 4% of that amount. This bill puts all that money at risk. The missions that we go on today to Kuwait, to Honduras, to anywhere in the Middle East would be canceled based on the language in this bill. If I'm the federal government and the state of New Hampshire says, hey, I'm not going, that $410 million is gone, and we have no National Guard in New Hampshire. For that reason, I am opposed to this bill. I think it's a bad bill and puts us in trouble. Please push red. Thank you.
Representative Mannion has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. motion before us is the Mannion Floor Amendment 1838H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mannion for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Secretary of Defense, Austin, stated that up to 1,000 service members will be operating a new pier in the Gaza Strip, and if I further know, he testified that there is a high likely scenario that the servicemen will come under fire while operating this pier. And finally, if I know during the same testimony the SecDef claims this doesn't constitute boots on the ground, implying military occupation works by the same rules as the floor is lava, then would I press the green button to pass this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Shurtleff for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the member from Pelham, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire National Guard and the Air National Guard are very important components of our national defense, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the last time there has been a congressional declaration of war was on December 8, 1941, and Mr. Speaker, if I know, as someone who served in the regular army and served in Vietnam on February of 1968 during the Tet Offensive, and was very glad that the 197th Field Artillery of the New Hampshire National Guard was part of 3 Corps, would I now push the red button to defeat this amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1838H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 126 voting yea, 231 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're on to the original committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Table SB 426.
The motion is in order. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 426. Are you ready? A division has been requested. Everybody still should be in your seats. The motion is to table Senate Bill 426. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Hicks. Representative Gilman. Representative Goley.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 141 voting yea, 216 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to the original motion of order pass on Senate Bill 426. Are you ready for the question? We do have a debate. Chair, it's on the motion of order pass. Chair recognizes Representative Alessandra Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House. I rise to urge you to vote against the ought-to-pass motion on SB 426, which would impose duplicative and excessive penalties on cannabis transported in a motor vehicle. While I voted for this bill in committee, I've since realized my error in doing so. For those over 21, SB 426 would impose a $150 fine and a possible driver's license suspension for possession of cannabis in a motor vehicle, unless it's either in its original container with the seal unbroken or in a trunk. For vehicles without a trunk, the glove box or compartment, location least accessible to the driver. For those under 21, SB 426 would impose a $150 fine and a possible driver's license suspension, regardless of where in the vehicle that cannabis is. More than 70% of New Hampshire voters want to see cannabis legalized for adults. SB 426 moves in the opposite direction. Under current law, any possession of cannabis is already subjected to a $100 civil fine for a first or second offense, with escalating penalties for each subsequent offense. SB 426 creates a duplicative penalty totaling at least $250. That amount is unaffordable to a large number of Americans and is enough to cause many to miss rent. The driver's license suspension poses a serious economic hardship as well by making it impossible or cost prohibitive to go to work. The reasons for having an open container law for alcohol don't make sense in the context of cannabis. Containers of cannabis typically include many days of servings, whereas alcohol is often sold in single-serving beer cans. Cannabis edibles are usually sold with 100 milligrams of THC per package or 10 servings of 10 milligrams each. Unlike alcohol, edibles' effect is typically delayed for 45 minutes or longer. Americans who imbibe can typically get alcohol at their destination, bars, restaurants, sporting events, etc., whereas cannabis consumers always need to bring cannabis with them if they're going to use it at their destination. And their container of cannabis will always be open once they've used any. In short, any open container of cannabis is not indicative of whether they were consuming cannabis while driving. Impaired driving is already illegal. There is no need for this new penalty, which would not increase safety. It would merely ensnare people unaware of the law, including drivers and passengers traveling from Maine and Massachusetts, which have legal cannabis and no open container law. Keep in mind that legislation the House already passed, HB 1633, would address and impose additional fines for driving under the influence. If we pass this bill today, we risk increasing penalties and restrictions on cannabis without legalizing recreational use, which goes against what Granite Staters clearly want. Please reject SB 426, which would impose excessive and duplicative penalties, and overturn the OTP motion so a better motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
Sure.
Member yields.
Thank you for taking my question. In some of my research for the legalization bill, I saw that there are some sort of single serving that are sealed. They're sort of jumbo joints that are huge, but they are sealed individually. Do you think this would encourage more people to buy and use those oversized joints instead of more reasonable cannabis?
I think potentially if they're trying to avoid being caught with a quote-unquote open container.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill was brought to us by the Department of Safety, and we really didn't hear a whole lot of opposition to it. As a matter of fact, it came out of our committee 19-1. With that being said, regardless of how many people want marijuana to be legal in the state of New Hampshire, it's not going to be legal to operate a vehicle if you're high. And the way this bill is written that is what it aims to go against. It is going to basically put marijuana in the same class of driving with an open container. If you have a medical marijuana card and that is what you're transporting as your medical marijuana, that is excluded in this bill. So at the end of the day, if you're driving down the road and you do happen to have some marijuana with you, please keep it in your trunk. Please keep it in your glove box. Just like if you have a container, you're not going to drive down the road with it open. Don't drive down the road while you're smoking a joint. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Rhodes has requested a division. Members, take your seats. Representative Rhodes has requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is order pass on Senate Bill 426. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mannion for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know SB 426 is backdoor repenalizing small amounts of marijuana possession, and if I know original packaging is nonsense when referring to just about all marijuana storage, and if I know we should not be expanding the open container law, then would I press red button to overturn the committee recommendation on SB 426? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill was brought to us by the Department of Safety because they needed help to be able to address when people are operating vehicles while they're high, and if I know that this bill came out of the committee 19-1, and I know that there's no reason to take this off the consent calendar, would I now vote, where are we at? Green with the committee.
Motion before us is order pass on Senate Bill 426. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 194 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 508 FN, an act relative to the duties of the Superintendent of the County Department of Corrections concerning mental health and substance abuse disorder, screening of the inmates, and the coordination for services upon re-entry into the community. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Terry Roy for the committee. The amendment is 1728H, printed in House Record 18, pages 46 through 47. The debate is going to be on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Senator Tasto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee amendment to Senate Bill 508 adds a definition of anti-Semitism to New Hampshire's anti-discrimination laws. This addition is firstly unnecessary. Our current law already sufficiently protects Jewish people from discrimination. It broadly prohibits discrimination based on race, creed, color, marital status, familial status, physical or mental disability, religion, or national origin, which includes discrimination against, which is broad enough it includes discrimination against Jewish individuals. Sorry, I got mixed up here. Okay. This is broad enough to cover Jewish identity. But this is also destructive for many reasons. Firstly, by explicitly defining anti-Semitism in the law, there might be an implication that the existing protections are insufficient, which could undermine the comprehensiveness and balance of the current anti-discrimination statutes. This is to say, inserting a special definition for anti-Semitism suggests that other groups could be discriminated against since they do not have explicit laws protecting them. We'd have to insert similar explicit protections for Palestinians, black people, gay people, and every other signal group. This is why we have the concept of categories, so we don't have to list every single possible instance of a group of people that could be discriminated against. Moreover, the definition of anti-Semitism that this amendment wants to include is the definition adopted on May 26, 2016 by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. The definition states, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be as expressed as a hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. When such a definition is way too broad, if incorporated into statute, it can have quasi-legal effects that may impact freedom of speech. There is concern about whether criticism of the State of Israel, for example, or the ADL might sometimes be labeled as anti-Semitic under such definitions, impacting legitimate political expression. This definition's vagueness could politically be exploited to suppress legitimate discourse or political criticism not directly related to anti-Semitic intent. Besides being overly broad, the definition proposed is also inappropriate. It is entirely possible to hold negative opinions and even harbor negative sentiments towards Jewish community institutions and religious groups without discriminating against individuals. This proposed amendment, in part, suggests regulating our thoughts about institutions by applying such opinions on institutions are inherently discriminatory towards individual Jewish people. This is a troubling overreach that conflicts individual prejudice with institutional criticism, potentially stifling legitimate discourse. Mr. Speaker, I urge the body to reject this reactionary measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Bickford. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glasses. I rise to oppose the amendment. This is not the time or the place to be doing this, just to be cool. These are tough times. We know what's going on in Israel, we know Palestine, and maybe we want to do something for them. But carving out a special circumstance for one group in the discrimination laws is counterintuitive and creates a type of reverse discrimination against all others not getting similar considerations. George Elwell, the author, back in 1945, wrote the book, The Animal Farm. And in there, he talked about the thought police, but he also said, after the revolution of the animals, they said they were all equal. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others, and this is where this sort of thing takes us. And we don't want to go that way, go in the opposite direction by doing this. All groups deserve the same attention, not some more than others. Now, yesterday, there was an article put out by former Executive Counselor Volinsky. Those of you, the Democrats, have been around for a while, know him. He was the one that won the Claremont decision. He's Jewish. He makes no bones about it. He doesn't want this sort of thing. He didn't approve of what happened at the national level. And we should all feel that way, not just Democrats or Republicans. We should care about all of us and not treat one with greater sympathy than the other. So I hope that you'll press red on this and we'll maintain equality. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill will not make it, this amendment, my apologies, this amendment will not make it illegal to be able to go out and protest. We were all at lunch today. We all heard the individual that was outside screaming from the top of her lungs. She's allowed to do that as long as she wants. It's not illegal to do that. But what will be illegal is to commit a crime while you're doing that. This amendment will make it where if a crime is committed, the authorities will actually be able to investigate the entire scope of the action. We heard that this is already illegal. Yes, committing crime is already illegal. However, when people come to our committee, which they do a lot, and they want to be able to track certain kind of crimes or they want certain things to be illegal, we actually do not have a definition of what a hate crime is. We don't. Every single person in our committee has our law book out and we're always looking. It's not there. This will make it be there. This does not penalize anybody's right to free expression. It explicitly states nothing contained in this bill is to be construed to diminish or infringe upon any right protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Additionally, the reason that this language is what was adopted is because this has already been codified or adopted by 33 other states, and this is the exact language that the United States Senate has adopted on consent. I think there's, a lot more here, but I think at the end of the day, we all actually get to the point of this, and I would ask you to please vote for the committee amendment.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Representative Weyler has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the amendment 1728H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weyler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we shouldn't be codifying a private organization's very broad definition of what anti-Semitism is into law when there is not a definition for racism, sexism, Islamophobia, name it. And if, Mr. Speaker, I know that this legislation was opposed in the United States Congress by members on diametrically different sides of the aisle, such as Jerry Nadler and Matt Gaetz, then, Mr. Speaker, would I vote against this legislation because this is too broad and it chills freedom of speech, as the ACLU has said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that by adopting this amendment, this definition will reduce the likelihood that the definition will be improperly modified, if I know that this amendment has already been adopted in our committee by 19 out of 20 of the people that are in there, and if I know that the ACLU also is against whenever a person wants to use a child in pornographic images, would I now vote green with the committee?
The motion before us is the amendment 1728H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to table SB 508.
Motion is in order. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 508FN. And she asked, Representative Reed asked for a division. Members take, Swain asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Yes, no? The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 508. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Reed for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I read the amendment that just passed very carefully, including the documents that the amendment references but does not spell out, and that those documents, first the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, the definition of anti-Semitism being only 2 sentences, but also the 11 examples that they did not adopt, but that this amendment adopts, and that those, and if, Mr. Speaker, if I further know that 7 of those 11 examples of anti-Semitism have to do with criticizing the government of Israel. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that also the amendment codifies a 2019 presidential executive order, and I know that approximately half of this body probably would not like to codify a 2019 presidential executive order. And finally, if I know that I want to be able to criticize any government without being called hateful of a religion or a creed, I would like to criticize the Italian government without being called anti-Catholic, or the Indian government without being called anti-Hindu, then, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the green button and table this bill until we can figure out how to pass the underlying bill without this bad amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we should not table this bill because the House just voted 189 to 160 to pass the amendment, would I now press red on the table motion?
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 508. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had the opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 168 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to the question of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Everybody should still be in their seats. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the committee report of order passed as amended on Senate Bill 508. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 210 voting yea, 143 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 481, an act relative to establishing Juneteenth, June 19th as an annual holiday. Having considered the same, report the same. The following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Sherry Gould for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. A division has been requested. Only members in the room. There's nothing up there. We're voting on it. All right. The motion, this is going to be a division. For clarification, if you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had the opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Before we go on to the third reading motion, I'd like to say this week is Legislative Staff Week. I would like to, wait a minute. I would like to thank the General Court staff who contribute to the day-to-day operations of the House. Each of you make a tremendous difference, and on behalf of the New Hampshire House of Representatives, I want to thank all of you for your dedication and commitment. You are truly, in my humble opinion, the best staff in the nation. Thank you. Let's give them a help of a hand. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
Members, please stay in your seat. We got some announcements and some unanimous consents. The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Dry for an announcement.
If you have never been in the State House lawn when they've shot off a cannon, I'm inviting you to May 20th at 3 p.m. to celebrate the 200th anniversary of when General Lafayette came and stood in this chamber. Come join us at 3 o'clock. It'll be a great show outside, and you'll learn more about him here. 3 o'clock, May 20th.
Chair recognizes Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we are not having session next week, and this is a little out of the norm for our meetings, this is a heads up for the Merrimack County delegation. We're going to have an executive committee and full delegation meeting on Monday, May 20th, rather than the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. You're welcome.
The member will suspend for a minute. The member is giving us an announcement. She has a right to present that announcement and be heard. So please, everybody we're almost done. Give everybody a break here. You might continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This meeting, again, will be Monday, May 20th at 10 a.m. at the Old Courthouse in Concord. This will be for the purpose of authorizing salaries for county elected officers, which must be completed prior to the filing date in June. I believe it's going to be a fairly brief meeting. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next Wednesday from noon to 1 at St. Paul's, there will be a lunch from the American Cancer Society to discuss biomarkers and cancer. I know this is an important issue, and it'll be a great lunch and learn if you'll join us. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Burnham for a unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and fellow representatives. This Sunday, we are celebrating Mother's Day, and many of us will be honoring or receiving honor for the love, work, and toil that mothers so often provide. Likewise, next month we will be celebrating Father's Day for similar reasons. The proclamation that I hold was signed by the Speaker on May 7th to celebrate that time interval between Mother's Day and Father's Day as Natural Family Month. This proclamation recognizes that all families are important and recognizes the family unit as a solid foundation where our children can grow and strive. Natural Family Month is part of a growing nationwide movement celebrated on a state level in Maine, Louisiana, Wisconsin, Ohio, and in a multitude of other states at the community level in cities, towns, and churches. This movement is headed by the Natural Family Foundation to encourage parental involvement, to promote honest and open communication between families, to recognize the important role of each parent, and to restore family values. I was not raised with my biological father. My grandparents helped my mom, and that made our family different. Although not having a dad during those vital years gave me the desires to want a family with these strong family values. My experience helped me to find the strength to raise my children and my husband to enjoy the good times and work hard through the tough times. Strong family values make strong families, and strong families make strong people. As a wife of almost 28 years, a mother of 4 amazing daughters, and a grandmother of 3 beautiful grandbabies, please join me in supporting and encouraging New Hampshire families in this proclamation and celebration of Natural Family Month beginning May 12th, Mother's Day, through June 16th, Father's Day. To help spread the word, we have yard signs available for a modest price of $8 each. I have them available in the store's garage, and you can also visit naturalfamilystrong.com to learn more and purchase resources there to encourage this family movement. Thank you all for your support.
Chair recognizes Representative Mangipudi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. May is also Better Speech and Hearing Month. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. I'm not going to talk about all three. I'm going to be talking a little bit about May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. In the month of May, and I'm happy to see my colleagues of Asian American heritage, and I recognize across the aisle there's another colleague of mine. In the month of May, we take time to reflect and celebrate the important role that Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and the Pacific Islander have played in our shared history. The month of May was chosen because it commemorates the immigration of the first immigrants from Japan to the United States on May 7, 1843. You heard that this morning. And to celebrate the completion of the transcontinental railroad by many Asian immigrants on May 10, 1869. However, the first Asian immigrant arrived in U.S. in 1587 when Filipinos first became migrants to California. Immigrants continued to come from the Asian continent and the Pacific Islands through 1920 when the first Samoans were documented in Hawaii. In 21st century, we have substantial Asian American Pacific Islander population in the United States of America. This population is contributing in 21st century economic impact, cultural and arts in general, participating in economic patriotism. I am proud to stand with my fellow Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander representatives, and like I said, I recognize the colleague on the other side of the aisle. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is observed annually in May to celebrate the contributions that generations of AAPIs have made to American history, society, and culture. A little bit of history about Heritage Month. In 2024, I'm proud to announce that the theme for May 2024 observance of AAPI Heritage Month is Advancing Leaders Through Innovation. This year's theme is the culmination of 2021 to 2024 series highlighting our nation's effort to advancing leaders, including our Vice President, who is of Asian heritage. And now, Heritage Month history. June 30th, 1977, the origin of AAPI Heritage Month dates back to the 95th Congress, when 5 joint resolutions were introduced proposing that a week in May be designated to commemorate the accomplishments of AAPIs. The House of Representatives introduced 3 joint resolutions, and I'm not going to read the numbers of the resolutions, to designate the first 10 days in May as AAPI Heritage Week, while Senator Daniel Inouye also introduced Joint Resolution 72 in the Senate to designate the beginning of May as Pacific Islander Heritage Week. A 4th joint resolution was introduced in the House of Reps by Representative Frank Horton and proposed designating 7 days in the May, beginning on May 4th. So I'm just giving you the history because it started as a week, 10 days, and now how we ended up as a month of heritage. This law directed the president to issue a proclamation designated week beginning on May 4th, 1979 as AAPI Heritage Week. March 28th, 1978, President Carter issued Proclamation 4650, the first presidential proclamation for Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Week. In this proclamation, President Carter spoke of the significant role Asian Americans have played in the creation of a dynamic and pluralistic American society with their contributions to the science, arts, industry, government, and commerce. Over the next 10 years, President Carter, President Reagan, President George H.W. Bush continued to annually issue proclamation designating a week in May as AAPI Heritage Week. On May 7, 1990, President George W. Bush issued Presidential Proclamation 6130, designating May 1990 as the first Asian American Heritage Month. So in 1990, it changed from a week to a month. Congress passed a resolution which amended the previous resolution as a week, requested the president to issue a proclamation which expanded the law called on people of United States to observe Asian American Heritage Month with appropriate ceremonies, programs, and activities, for which I can invite you on May 19th. We are having a huge celebration in Nashua, 4 to 6. May 14th, 1991 was passed unanimously by Congress, signed by President George W. Bush. This law requested that the President Proclamation proclaim May 1991 and May 1992 as AAPI month. This law also recognizes the significance of May 7th and May 10th in the history of AAPI. This was the first initial immigrants coming in. May of each year, since then, May of each year is recognized as AAPI Heritage Month, and I acknowledge that we have grown in our own body here with 4 AAPI reps, and I'm proud to join that. And thank you for your indulgence in letting me speak.
Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard.
Hello, Mr. Speaker and fellow representatives. Wait a second. The First Amendment protects the most fundamental rights to American democracy and is the foundation of the American dream. The United States was founded on the idea of freedom of speech. that is freedom of conscience. The idea that citizens of this new type of democratic republic are free to choose their own dreams and promote their own ideas, including those that other citizens of the state may find inconvenient, objectionable, or even abhorrent. There is no other right more fundamental to the modern idea of democracy, which was conceived here in the United States of America. This is a request that the state understands that the First Amendment is the most fundamental point of law in American democracy. Without it, for what does the Constitution stand? For what have millions of Americans fought and died overseas? For what did our ancestors wage the revolution, fight the Civil War, and defeat Nazism in Europe? Last Wednesday's arrest on university campuses around our state of both pro-Palestinian protesters and pro-Israeli counter-protesters was an attack on students' ability to exercise such rights. As a student at the University of New Hampshire, I know my peers, and I am personally familiar with the events that transpired. Last Wednesday's event organizers, the Graduate Student Senate, an integral part of the university, had gone through all the proper channels to obtain permitted approval for their demonstration. Interestingly, UNH police arrived right when union organizers were scheduled and advertised to meet. There is absolutely no justification for the way law enforcement handled this situation, as they failed to do even the bare minimum to protect students' rights and wait for the scheduled event to conclude. Regardless of opinions of what is happening in Palestine, this is an assault on the First Amendment. Despite patently false claims from university police, nothing that the event organizers did in any way violated the law or even school policy. Even if such a violation had occurred, it would be the fault of the university for maintaining an unconstitutional policy. All 12 of those who were arrested were members of the UNH community. Despite claims that outside agitators were the cause, the statistics suggest otherwise. This isn't only about students protesting for Palestine, and to that end, pro-Israel counter-protesters, who are likewise protected by the First Amendment, also had their rights flagrantly violated by the University of New Hampshire, the New Hampshire State Police, and the New Hampshire Army National Guard. Last week, the House reaffirmed those students' rights by voting down SB 439, which would have banned BDS protests. According to the national report from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, UNH is ranked 3rd in the nation for free speech on campus. Isn't that ranking something that we want to improve and not make worse? The state must drop all charges being brought, both against protesters and counter-protesters, by encouraging university administrators to open and keep lines of communications with student groups and work collaboratively to support the First Amendment, regardless of the situation. We need to ensure safety and security for everyone while making sure that they can practice their First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise to apologize. On 2 of the previous sessions, I made loud remarks to 2 separate people. I have since apologized to those 2 people, but I had no right to breach the decorum of this House and its protocol. And I apologize. Many of you others heard my loud remarks. I apologize for those remarks. I'm sorry.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills and rolled bill amendments, rolled bill reports, vacate motions, receiving messages, and forming committees of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House is in recess to the call of the chair.